and say that I'm stressed and all this. It's they themselves that try to give me stress for what? I do not know. Their own problem, they go and incriminate, implicate, and use me as a scapegoat. And they want to say that I suffer more than other people. My business is my business, their business is their business. They are in operation, they're in provision. People are not in operation, not in operation. That's all finished. Why everybody have to be in operation? You can ask those off-duty people, they have to be in operation. People don't operation, people in retired or whatever age is their own life. Don't compare others, compare own self. Our ministers are making a lot of money, they have higher salary. Or if they want to work this type of job, let them work. We don't want. We just want to live a simple, content, humble life. That's all. We don't want to live in that kind of life. And yet we are being pulled in to say that, oh, because this and that, because of that and this, and we have to go and be busy. Then why don't they go and be busy in other things and trying busy and trying to do this sort of thing on people? And we get the satisfaction and center me as the center of the stage to try to blame me. So whoever the fucking boy and guy, all these people, they tell people to jump, they better go and, you know, better go and get out of here. Don't try to tell, don't try, no need to do all this to people. Not worth it. They have already gone beyond the human to very end already, to very far end already. They better come back to become human. Okay, let me do my things. The whole this is how it happened in the year 2010 until now. 2010 until now. Many things I want to do, I cannot do. I cannot finish my work. Always come and disturb me until I can't finish doing my work, and then I just forget it. And sometimes all these years, sometimes I forget also what the work I need to do. I also forget. Many work I have to do, I forget. It's not important. My own activities, whatever it is, don't try to play politics. Not take advice. It's they themselves trying to delay by waste their own time and then at the negative expenses and costs and make everybody suffer. Huh? And they still want to harden their mind. They think their minds are made of rock and stones, not flesh and blood. When I ride the motorcycle in Dana, they want me to ride the pole, knowing that in the end my hand is trying to hold the handle and they try to play my hand. They are they think I riding very fast. I know in Dana how can you ride fast? I experienced before why I ride fast for what? It's only 35 I riding or 40 only. People ride zoom 55, 60 or whatever they want to ride, but now people ride 55 and more. And 35 already considered very slow already. And 40, ask these people about how many kilometers they ride, how fast they ride. And they say they want to give me the fall, all kinds of force distribution. And I have difficulty maneuvering, I still try my best to maneuver to hold on to the handle. What politics they are playing? 90% of the total population in Vietnamese are using riding motorcycle. I cannot ride motorcycle. Something wrong with these people, I tell you. Every day they just false pretenders trying to play politics, trying to be controversial. Really, they have been smoking the whole every day. The smoking and smoking is affecting my breathing and everything. I want to close. I cannot close because for ventilation for ventilation, and they keep, you know, I because of the bad weather, I try to open the window for ventilation, and they keep smoking and keep smoking and keep smoking until affect my, you know, uh, it's a second, what do you call it, second hand smoke. And every time they keep smoking, smoking, why don't they call the people not to smoke? Instead of every time smoke and come and disturb me. Right, last time when Hoi-An also the same. I at the internet game cafe I play my game and they continue to use the people to smoke, smoke, smoke to chase me out of the place. They want me to go to the service office. Why I want to go to the service office for what? When my siblings want me to stay here and they want me to go to the service office. I close the window. I need to dry my clothes. And I'm not deliberately allowing people to see my house. And they continue to smoke like nobody's there. Why don't somebody ask them to go away and replace someone that don't smoke? Smoking, smoking, the whole place, people got, if people next time are old, and I'm old, they want me to close everything and die inside without people knowing. That's how they want to cover up everything. To say that nobody knows that I died. Because I closed the door. I closed the window. They just look at it in a very negative ways. They want to isolate me in this kind of manner. I in the service office, I really isolate already. I just do my own things. And they want me to go overseas. When at the end of the day, it's my own safety, my health, my safety. And they never concern about other people. And they say they care for people. Knowing that I got medical problem already. And they still want to work on my medical problem. And accuse that my eyes is spoiled. When my eyes is not spoiled. Accuse my leg, they check my leg, nothing wrong with my leg. I go and test my blood, I got no diabetes. They just want to play politics, nothing to do with my siblings. It's the people that try to spread rumors and tell my siblings and my siblings. Why do you want to spread rumors? People want to watch, people want to collect money, people want to do what? Go. Nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me. You don't need to play politics all this while until to this very day. And they say it's experimenting actually. Every day I go out, people will tell me many things. And they want to cover up. Please don't stay in the service office in Alpha because all the police all will know. And they being instead of they are the hunter, they become hunted. And when I'm here, they think that it's better to here to secure me. But at the end of the day, everybody also know along the way. Singapore is Singapore. It's not like any other country. And sometimes they want to know also what's going on. Even in library, they want to chase me out of the library. Why they want to chase me out of the library? I do my own things. Huh? No need, as you know, they always try to play politics. They also do things in a much more responsible manner. I do my own things. When they done a lot of destruction, then I have to say a lot of long story. Nobody wants to go through all this. I also do not like. They also don't like. Then why want to do all this? The more they do, the more addicted they become. They better go and see a psychiatrist. The fellow always doing or whatever. All these people. Next time before they go and collect money, they go and see a psychiatrist. So like I said, the hypnotists they always like to create to make believe, to believe to make believe on people to think that whatever they do to me is true. It cannot be proven in court what they do, and they just try to laugh at me. And in the end, they will receive the same poison also. Whoever do this to me, because they know what's going on. They, many of them, they know what's going on. They will say there will be many people. They will be doing to everybody, many people, not because they are boloyong or what. It's just that they over depend on this kind of money. And in the end, they will continue to destroy as many people as possible. And that includes our government officials.
爬坡过坎，开展全地形作业。出征前，老李新购入了2台最新款的小型履带式拖拉机，翻耕、转弯、爬坡。今年已经50多岁的老李，很轻松就能驾驶小农机开上丘陵地的最顶层。他告诉记者，小农机上山岗最明显的变化就是作业成本大大下降。
以前反正跟一畝地光耕地的成本就要400块钱，现在用机械化，一畝地才有了4-5块钱成本就够了。现在这个村里这块的小农机越来越多了，补贴也提高到了35%。
当越来越多的丘陵耕地潜力被挖掘之后，郴州当地的传统农机企业也开始调整农机的生产类型。他们通过把农机做小，打开了丘陵地区的广阔市场。
每天的话，我们大概下线有10到60台，然后3天下线，3天调试好，然后发出去。跟去年同期相比的话，已经有20%多的增幅。然后我们排产的话，应该是排到了4月底，然后随着这个仪器不断的迭代，然后我们的那个市场范围也是会扩大。现在全国的话，我们销售20多个城市。
为了继续补习丘陵山区机械化工作的短板，加紧研发丘陵山区适用小型机械和人力机械，写入了今年的中央1号文件。“十四五”全国农业机械化发展规划明确指出，到2025年，丘陵山区县市区农作物耕种收综合机械化率达到55%。各地也正在出台政策，支持企业研发，让更多的小农机翻山越岭，助力丘陵山区每一亩耕地的收获。今天是国际消费者权益日，市场监管总局公布数据，2022年全国市场监管部门共受理消费者投诉、举报和咨询2940.77万件，为消费者挽回经济损失45.19亿元，有力保护了消费者合法权益。黑龙江伊春山西长治两地开展2023年春季投资打点专项行动，重点检查种子化肥融资产品，进一步规范融资销售市场经营秩序。在重庆、江苏等地，消防联合市场监管部门开展消防专项检验，对经销商是否参与资质、产品国家强制标志、质量合格标志等方面进行。
And then they say what the eagle fight with the 24, the 6, the round 1, the round 2, all kinds of nonsense.
中国消费者协会今年发布的2023年提振消费信心消费维权年主题调查结果显示，83%对国内消费环境总体表示满意。
Spread all the way to Singapore during Obama time. And now that time I didn't know I can watch through the internet, through the YouTube. So I have the TV. And then I just watch it. And I didn't even live stream a live podcast. I just keep quiet and I just look at this and this. And they keep spreading the false rumors all the way from China to Singapore. They send the script from Singapore all the way to the hypnotic vice versa in China to try to psycho me. And then after that they add this, add that, add that, add this. After that they send the message to Singapore. And Singapore started to spread all the false rumors to all over the world. In order to have 90% of the world population wear the earpiece. And they are proud of it. Then after that, now they want to create the make-believe to believe, believe the make-believe, create elusive artificial world. Strategy number 2. To want everybody to believe. Philippines, many people believe because they wear the earpiece. They just play with the game. But in Singapore, not many people believe because we are educated, we are literate, we know how to differentiate between what is elusive artificial world and what is real. Why don't they work on our Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong and other ministers to make him believe exactly whether it's true? Not everything he believes. Do you believe whatever he communicates with the Chinese civilization? Every minute, every hour, every day? He don't believe. All the many people. in other country, other ministers, they believe it. Other presidents, they believe in it. To a certain level. Because they also have ethics, morals, and principles. They have ethics, morals, and principles. Everybody got ethics, morals, and principles. Why they want to use a device that they are beyond human, a satanic, a playing politics, a force, F-O-R-C, to force people to imagine, and beyond human when they use it. Then they forget about themselves. And then after that, then they have to, and then they forget about their beyond human. Then why don't they imagine themselves the same? And say, no, it's just a FALSE, false one. I say insanity is when human sender and human receiver do not have image of themselves and understand they believe in it. They just exploit the weakness of the brain. But in the end of the day, it goes back to them. Because they want everybody to believe that the brain is 100% super brain. That the human brain is 100% super. No weakness in the brain. We are human. Why there's no weakness in the human brain? So they just exploit in the end they sabo themselves. How many naughty boys we're going to sacrifice today? Now they receive the same person and work among themselves. Every time I watch the news, they don't want me to listen. Whether I'm going outside or eating or they don't want me to listen. It has nothing to do with them. I just listen only. Anything wrong, I listen and means. If they themselves, listen, not right. Not right how to destroy. Not right how to help China to destroy. Not right how to destroy Singapore. All this kind of nonsense. From the very beginning until to this very day, 2013 until now, they keep playing politics. Everybody knows that they are playing politics in order to wield the 8 powers and to play politics and to continue addictive to their own using the device. So I was watching this. Then there's a lot of people respond. If I have a earpiece, I listen. People watching America, should I reply respond? If people watching news about Middle East or any other country, and they like to listen or watch the news, it's their business law. Why want to interfere with their business law? Even if I interfere, if I listen to PI or try to spy people, they watch, that's all. Why I must reply, respond, or add to the content of the story, my own human perception of how I should look at it. Their view is their view. Their business. They are not anti. Even people are anti Singapore, so what? It's their own business one. If they are in problem with the law, they are in problem with the law. Right? So don't need to play politics. No need to push away their own personal problem and bring all their personal problems, all their problems away and then push and try to accuse that I'm their problem. I'm not their problem. They are intruding my privacy data protection, my personal privacy data, my own personal privacy, and also my data, whatever. But they can see, no problem. But they don't come and disturb. They want to see silently or spam 24/7, no problem. They always come and disturb people. The more they do on people, the more they think it's very fun. They just keep trying to create the strategy number 2 to make believe, to make believe. Want people to keep believing in it. Why don't they believe in it? Why don't they receive the same poison and see whether they believe in it? Knowing that they cannot try to make people to brainwash program condition people. People don't believe in it. And then they try to create the false imagination, which actually destroy the chance of revolution. They want to everybody to believe the chance that whatever they say is true. And in the end, they want people to believe. But some people believe in it, some people are not able to believe in it. So they find that the only way is to make people physical injuries to believe, to make believe, to believe to make believe. Why they want to force people to, the people are injured, that there's no way to prove that the device work on people to be physical injuries. Why they want to believe in it? And why they want to force people to believe that they cause the injuries on me, that I should believe that they work on me. They have to believe because they need the money. I don't have to believe because I'm not receiving money from whatever money they are receiving from. So I have the right not to believe. To them, they believe it's just playing a game. No believe, you ask them to sleep and interview them whether they really believe. They don't believe, right? Then next time don't give them money. According to the sleep interview, they found that they all don't believe. When they are conscious, they believe. When they are in sleep mode, they don't believe. Don't give them money. Right? No. Then you say, hey, you cannot. No, no, no. You cannot be proven. You cannot. Then why you believe? Why you get the money? Right? You see, that is the reason why the lesson hurts. Why they want to make people kill. It's to make them believe that it cannot be proven, to make them believe that it's true. They forget the basics. On the physical increase on them on kill. You say that they believe in it. That it's really true that they hear and they believe in it. But it cannot be proven. So they are crazy, insane. That's what the directors are telling their soldiers. And the other way is to tell them to what? To tell them to say, hey, don't use it on people. Because it's not the way to work on people. But because they are being used as a scapegoat also. How many multiviruses there? You have to sacrifice today. It's a whole process. The methods, the multiviruses methods, the multiviruses, the child civilization, and victims, all are part of all this, you know, not a silly game. A game of creating a wider divide between the lesser hand and the have not. If they have, why they want to listen to the whoever instruct them to? Power is negative. You don't have to. The people who issue power are just, they have no powers. It's not real power. There is unrestricted power. There is unreal powers. So whenever they do all this, they are unreal. Can you say that, oh, if they're working for the Singapore government, that is real powers? The government will tell them, don't try to say that it's the government give them the power. The government won't give them the power. That's why they must steal to tell themselves that they are crazy, insane. Because they are taking the money from the government, but actually they are not taking the government from the government. Whether it's cash or not cash. That's why they want them to cheer to say whatever the money they receive from the government or not. They are crazy, insane because they believe in it. Don't do it onto other people. And actually, it's also applied to the rest of American allies and the rest of the people around. It is not helping China, it's not helping America. It's just playing politics. We try to link to the America or China. This is how I look at it. Because they know how to work. Whatever they do to issue order to the soldiers, they're just abusing the powers. There are no real powers. And they just try to use the tools, positive and negative. on one hand, on the other hand.
14号，
That's how they
英国
do
第
it
一个航
on
空母舰
the soldiers of the Multistreaming.
参
The
与大
soldiers
规
of the
模的
Multistreaming.
抗战空防高级，要求提高待遇。此外，英国约10万名兵力将运送武力。
那你想我现在你20穿
进行院
I got
通过交通医疗服务。
I got try to think just watch only. And then they just they for fun.
沈阳起阳零下6度到7度，天津晴转多云2到11度，波浩特起阳零下5度到11度，乌鲁木齐起阳2到13度，银川多云零下1度到16度，犀牛多云零下4度到11度，兰东多云4到7度。 西安小雨5到13度，拉萨以降水转阴，零下1度到12度，成都阴13到19度，重庆大雨转小雨15到21度，贵阳阴转中雨14到21度，昆明多云9到21度，太原多云转阴0度到12度，石家庄晴转阴4到13度，济南多云转阴4到13度，郑州阴转小雨2到10度，合肥多云转小雨7到16度，南京多云转阴7到17度，上海多云转阴10到15度，武汉多云转中雨8到17度，长沙多云转小雨11到20度，南昌多云14到25度，杭州多云转小雨9到16度，福州多云14到23度，台北晴转小雨16到21度，南宁小雨转多云18到25度，海口多云20到29度，广州多云18到28度，香港多云19到25度，澳门多云19到24度。这个人群爱说话，蓝月亮这个体验，4号位1号位，流汗有不问，按运动有运动体验，蓝月亮。45分钟后直播。要上瘾了，你是那个吗？美好时光，苹果小方，美团美好生活小帮手。北京晴转多云，零下1到12摄氏度。下种部分人家更多的直播，下种部分人家更精彩的想象，下种人家更自由的天台。与其下起场更快更智能，中国人民大国传承，国台领航，原自茅台镇核心产品，大师铸造，知识理论，宏大人生，国台服务，国台必做。科学的本质是从着手开始，是对产品的变化空间做到心中有数，是科学接受大家新的力量，去做到感受不了新的力量。你的边界有一次爆发，你可以更强。收回龙回更温更合适，不断推广更新更强，健康美味就是中文。循序渐进，那就系列，现在转行，思路精彩，最后更强，恭喜成员，新越是越能更多，岁月有荣耀那就系列。感冒又闷又困又难受。莲花清瘟胶囊不仅缓解感冒症状，还能轻微解毒治流感。助手做感冒组织。通透治感冒抗流感，莲花清瘟家庭常备。放心水，不能放茶。中苏州双体名中，细青茶园，细青茶香，南京茶，细青茶，好茶在中茶。这个人群爱说话，蓝月亮运动体验，4号位1号位，流汗有不问，爱运动有运动体验，蓝月亮。你不用想象，我们一人光彩明星，创造生活的同时，服务每个人的光彩。海外之家，为何尖嘴猴颈，更是中国新一代轻度人口味，100多岁活性蛋白皮肤活力物质，为何尖嘴活性更是中国本土产品。畅销开大流量。 建设第四个重点，开启金汇新时光。
首部话题。
这是个鞠躬谢我，但是这个很有情况。
千人的文化最重要，学的不见，用的不觉得，接着传播。激扬什么力量？
传承很写基于爱达厚植、爱达爱国、爱社会主义的情怀。
优秀的古代的人文思想把它现代化，要从中华文明当中一体振奋开放内涵。教育变化，一朵全新也是中国的歌唱。既是中国的脊梁，一所讲述就是中国的故事。国教即在于世界为中国。说话。
对做好新时代文化工作提供了根本基础，做好了前进方向。2023年全国两会上，提升文化自信，繁荣发展文化事业和产业成为讨论的焦点。代表委员们同时代共建，为构建社会主义文化新辉煌贡献智慧和力量。
一个民族的复兴需要强大的物质力量，也需要强大的精神力量。2023年全国两会上，中国经济社会的发展问题备受讨论。如何提升文化自信，为中华民族伟大复兴提供更多关键因素，也同样引发了各界代表的热烈追问。中国式现代化是物质文明和精神文明相协同的现代化。习近平总书记指出，中国式现代化深深根植于中华优秀传统文化。位于河南安阳的一批遗址，是我国历史上第一个文献可考为考古发掘所指出
Industries. Tough to manage, but rewarding. Get it right and you'll be swimming in money. Mess it up and all your main roads will be clogged with trucks. In this video, I'll turn this empty flat land into a massive layout and I'll fix the not enough workers problem by making a small farmer's town and using a dedicated city policy. The only thing you need is the Industries DLC. Stick around to see how I do it and enjoy. Alrighty, by going into the Info Views Natural Resources tab, we can see which areas of the map have natural resources available, which is going to be a requisite to build the farms. By clicking on the road panel and selecting my road and clicking the Natural Resources tab again, I will be able to build roads while having the Natural Resources view available. So now I think I'm going to build a main road that goes all the way over here. This is going to be a fairly big farm, just like in real life. Now I'm just going to draw some roads that will give access to these yellow areas. And I'm going to go for a grid layout because that's usually how it goes with farms in real life as well. Now I'm just building some squares. Somewhere along here I'm going to break my grid and make a diagonal road, which I then am going to connect to this one with a smooth curve. This seems acceptable for now. I will adjust the layout as time goes by and depending on the size of the buildings that I'm going to place here. But for now, what I want to do is connect this layout to our main avenue. This also gives me an opportunity to figure out how I want my main road network to evolve and where I want it to go. I have these natural slopes on the hill to the north side, which I can use to provide access to the top of the mountain. So I'm going to build my roads there. I will then make a road that will branch out from the main avenue and will eventually connect to the industrial district and provide access to the new farms. I also provide some extra connections to the north side of this avenue to give our workers a bit more options when coming and going out of the farms. I will also create the main roads of the farm because these are the ones who are going to have the heaviest amounts of traffic and to visualize a bit better the road hierarchy. Now that our road layout is built, it's time to set up our farms. For this, we grab our Paint Industry Area tool and draw the area on the map where we want our farms to go. Every farming specialized industry building must be placed inside this little area that we're painting. So I make sure to cover the entire area. I also rename the farms at this point to Cooper Farms, just for the time being. We can now build our first industry building. If I go into the industry tab onto the farming industry sector, I only have one building available, which is the farming building. This is what's going to convert your industry that you have just painted into a proper farm and will unlock a bunch of buildings for this specialization. So I'm going to go a bit closer and I think I'm going to make a road right about at this location. I'm going to convert all of these to proper roads. And I'm gonna build it right about here. And with this, we have unlocked the first level of our farms and have unlocked a couple new buildings. Specialized industries such as farming, forestry, or and oil follow a very specific supply chain. The first buildings in the supply chain are the extractor buildings, which have the purpose of extracting the resources out of the land. In farming, these buildings are the fruit fields and the crop fields, and they need not only to be placed inside their industrial district, but also directly on top of fertile land. Likewise, you can only drill oil or mine coal in areas that have these resources. When the natural resources have been extracted, trucks will then pick them up and export them for profit, or send them to processing buildings where they will then be converted to processed goods. In farming, processing buildings are animal pastures, which feed the crops to farm animals, producing animal goods, and flour mills, which turn the crops directly into flour. These processed goods can be then exported for profit or sent to unique factories to produce luxury goods. I'll talk more about unique factories at a later stage when we build our bakery. Natural resources can be imported if you don't have any extractor buildings, so it's entirely possible to have a fully functional specialized industry even if you don't have natural resources in your map, or they have been depleted, which can be the case for oil or coal. Processed goods, on the other hand, cannot be imported and must be produced locally. We have a lot of natural resources in the map, so I'm going to build a lot of extractor buildings. I'm going to start off with this small crop field, and I think I'm going to build it right on this road. And for the time being, I think I'm going to build 2 of them. I also have this small fruit field, which is identical to the small crop field. The only difference is aesthetics, so you can pretty much choose whatever you want. I want to have a bit of balance, so I'm going to place this building as well. And I'm going to build this one on this road. And I'm also going to build 2 of them. Okay, pretty much the start. Now I'm going to build the only processing building that we have at this point, which is the small animal pasture, which converts
live from Washington, D.C. Geography, is there any sign that this incident could tip the scales as tensions intensify even further between these 2 countries?
Well, there were certainly concerns before this that of a direct interaction between a NATO member and Russia, and it appears to have happened. This is believed to be the first known direct interaction between the United States and Russia since the start of the war. So it is clearly a very serious incident, and it is clearly being taken very seriously. And what it has sparked so far is a war of words and accusations and counter-accusations, with the United States clearly saying that this was a deliberate, unsafe, provocative maneuver, I beg your pardon. And with Russia, the Russian ambassador countering, saying that the United States had deliberately and provocatively approached Russian airspace. Now, there are many observers who are saying that actually, well, this is perhaps an attempt by Russia to make the point that it has made in the past, that actually NATO is involved in the war, something that NATO and its allies have been saying, that they are not directly involved in the war, that they are merely supporting Ukraine defensively. So this could be, if we're looking at what message Russia could be sending, this could be a message to the United States and NATO that it is directly involved in the war. But I think observers in Washington are also saying that the US shouldn't escalate this any further, and suggestions that because this was an unmanned drone, that it might not result in escalatory retaliatory action from the United States. But nonetheless, this is clearly a very serious, a very sensitive issue, and it's important to note that as the war continues, the risks of these kinds of direct interactions between NATO members and Russia could continue. And as we know, and as it seems, this war is not looking likely to end anytime soon.
Our thanks for that. Jabal Vidabe speaking to us live from Washington, D.C. China is deepening its military relations with Russia and Iran. Beijing kicked off joint naval exercises with Moscow and Tehran in the Gulf of Oman today. And China's defense ministry says that the maritime drills will help deepen practical cooperation among the navies. The exercise will run until Sunday. The drills come amid heightened tensions between China and the West over issues like the Ukraine war, as well as the recent defense pact between Australia, the UK, and the United States. China slammed the AUKUS nuclear-powered submarine deal, calling it an illegal act of nuclear proliferation in the Indo-Pacific. Now, the drills also come as Chinese President Xi Jinping gets ready to visit Moscow to meet his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin. That's as soon as next week, according to reports.
Also to come in, this was the collapse of 3 U.S. banks this month alone, fueling concerns about looming financial crisis. CNA speaks with Ken Rogoff, an influential academic, who said, well, this isn't 2008 redux. High interest rates are limiting authorities' toolbox. Foxconn's fourth quarter revenue takes a hit from output disruptions. The world's largest contract electronics maker warns demand will decline this year.
This week, for Jaden and Attila.
Jaden has been having very uncontrolled eye movements.
For some reason, I feel like come back.
But things are looking up for the twins,
I think this time we really do have an answer for their condition.
who are still undiagnosed. Sunday on CNN.
I thought I was the odd one into collecting old shoes. This is the only pair that known to exist now. This is the first shoes that has a computer, that has like a pedometer. That moment when you decide, I am not going to wear them anyways, then you get crazy.
On the next Asia First, we look at the evolution of mom and pop stores in India. The expansion of supermarket chains and online stores are threatening their business. And we explore how they're managing to stay competitive in such an environment.
Xeon is expanding its business in each country in Asia. In Singapore, we manufacture synthetic rubber used for fuel-efficient tires. In Thailand, we manufacture synthetic rubber and petroleum resin. Also in the logistics field, we aim for a sustainable society. In Vietnam, we manufacture our own foldable containers. We will continue to work together to promote manufacturing from Asia to the world. Xeon.
I have this mantra: if you can move, you can learn.
Being fit makes me more confident about how I look, and it makes me feel stronger.
Community is important because we're not meant to do life alone. Apart from having to look after the people around you, you need to take care of yourself.
We take transitions very seriously because this forms the blueprint for how we age.
Age is not a disadvantage. It is a golden opportunity to engage in things that I missed during my active life.
A lot of our mothers went to their death believing they'd been deserted.
I've been looking for my dad to the point of being insane.
I thought my father had just left us, but it was only afterwards when I found out that this country enforcement house. And that's a bloody disgrace.
The Exiles, My Stolen Chinese Father, Monday on CNN.
Samsung Electronics expects to invest $230 billion over the next 20 years to develop a chip-making base in South Korea. The government describes the project as the world's biggest as it tries to boost the national chip industry. Samsung's project is part of a $421 billion private sector investment plan that the government unveiled. The sole strategy aims to expand tax breaks and support to raise competitiveness of high-tech sectors, including those involving chips, displays, and batteries. President Yoon Suk-yeol noted that the economic battlefield that started with chips has expanded. Samsung's manufacturing additions will include 5 chip factories and attract up to 150 materials, parts, and related producers near Seoul. 3 of Samsung's units and affiliates also plan to invest about $46 billion in the next decade to develop chip packaging, displays, and battery technology. Foxconn reported a 10% fall in fourth quarter net profit from a year earlier as production at its biggest iPhone factory was disrupted by China's strict COVID-19 rules. The world's largest electronic contract manufacturer said net profit for the October to December quarter fell to $1.3 billion from $1.45 billion in the previous year. The Taiwanese firm forecasts revenues for the current quarter and 2023 to be flat. Consumer electronics account for more than half sales sees smart consumer electronics demand dropping slightly this year, but adds there will be significant growth in other areas such as computing, cloud, and component products. Production of iPhones was disrupted ahead of Christmas and January's Chinese New Year holidays. Strict COVID curbs prompted thousands of workers to leave its biggest factory in China's Zhengzhou. Foxconn had said normal production has resumed in Zhengzhou, which makes the majority of Apple's premium models, including the iPhone 14 Pro. While China's economy is showing more signs of resilience as investment and consumer spending picks up, the world's second largest economy saw retail sales climb 3.5% in the first 2 months of the year. That is in line with expectations and also reverses a 1.8% drop in December. Industrial output, that one grew 2.4%, while fixed asset investment jumped by 5.5%, topping expectations for a 4.5% growth. The data combines the first 2 months of the year to avoid distortions from the Chinese New Year holiday, and the figures mark the first full months since China ended its stringent COVID controls in early December. The collapse of 3 U.S. banks this month has raised the specter of a looming financial crisis. Earlier, CNA's Roland Lynch spoke to Ken Rogoff, who is attending the financial sector conference in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The Harvard economics professor co-wrote a book revealing the similarities in the roots and the aftermath of such crises. Mr. Rogoff says while U.S. regulators stepped in quickly to prevent contagion, high interest rates are also limiting their options.
This is just the first one. I'm sure that there are going to be others. It doesn't mean that it's 2008 redux. It doesn't mean there's going to be, a meltdown financial crisis. Certainly what happened with Silicon Valley Bank is they went big on the response. People worried about moral hazard would probably argue too big. But I think, they've not only cauterized the wound, they've wrapped the patient in bandages. So that's not happening, but certainly there's going to be other things as interest rates stay this high. And I believe they are going to stay high for quite a while.
So are you saying that this consequence of SVB, that it may be a harbinger for a broader cycle of delinquencies and defaults?
Yeah, not just in the financial system, emerging market debt, corporations, other kinds of problems. Commercial real estate's an obvious thing in the United States. Absolutely, it's been a surprise there hasn't been more. In a way, when interest rates were really low, the whole tech sector was just doing amazing, and it's very interest sensitive. It absolutely was mismanagement at Silicon Valley Bank. You kind of get the feeling the people who ran the bank were tech wizards, but not financial wizards.
So SVB served nearly half of all the venture-backed tech startups in the US, tomorrow's Googles or Facebook, if you will. But what does this mean for the new startups, given SVB's role in venture capital and the private equity ecosystem?
So in answer to your question, I think it's going to be a more difficult time for startups for a while until this smooths out, maybe for a long while.
And how worried should pension funds, insurers, and other institutional investors be worried about having funneled money into the private equity funds area?
Well, look, when, again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but when interest rates are rising, you are going to have defaults. There are many, many people in the financial sector elsewhere who are, taking in money short, making longer-term investments, and we are going to see, I think, more of these problems. I think, as you said, a harbinger of things to come. We still have inflation. This is very different than 2008 also, because in 2008, the real interest rate collapsed. Inflation collapsed. That's not happening here. Interest rates are going to stay high. So it means, for example, when the federal government bails everything out, it's not free. And you run into more problems. It's not as easy. So on the one hand, they learned the lessons. They're being more proactive. On the other hand, they're more limited in the tools they can use in this high interest rate environment.
But that is your business update for now. Back to you, Don.
Thank you, Liz. Time for a break here on Asia Tonight, but still to come. Relations between Japan and South Korea warming up, with the two nations set to resume security talks ahead of President Yoon Suk-yeol's visit to Tokyo. And the global survey shows an all-time high for trust in Singapore's government. But economic optimism, well, that has hit rock bottom.
正直最初にこう聞いた時にはこんな機会が女性にもあるんだと。I just wanted them to realize that dream is really important.
I know what the challenges are, and I would want to make a difference.
Scientists are looking to the stars for a bold new adventure to grow food in space.
Space is a really important part of understanding food.
Innovators are bringing ideas on growing food in shuttlecrafts and faraway planets back to Earth.
These amazing technologies that we have from space are going to enable a more sustainable world than the one that we have today.
What they're actually doing is reinventing agriculture because everything has to be circular.
Therefore, food technology can solve the largest environmental problem and challenge what we have on planet Earth.
If it's good for space, then it sure is good for Earth.
New frontiers in food. Space Farmers, 28th and 29th March on CNA.
Welcome back. Updating tonight's top stories. Pakistan's former Prime Minister defies arrest, fueling clashes between his supporters and security forces. Imran Khan says he is not budging without a summons from court. Honduras signals a switch in diplomatic ties away from Taiwan and towards China. Taipei warns it's a trap, with its list of formal allies falling to 13. And Australia on a mission to ease regional concerns over its deal with the US and UK to acquire nuclear-powered submarines. A summit between the leaders of Japan and South Korea tomorrow will seek to overcome historical disputes that hamper economic cooperation, as well as boost security cooperation against nuclear-armed North Korea. Reports say the leaders will confirm the resumption of security talks between their foreign and defense ministry officials. The trust-building dialogue stalled in 2018 when South Korea's Supreme Court ordered Japanese companies to compensate Korean victims of forced labor during Japan's colonial rule. Southern leader Yoon Suk-yeol says there is an increasing need to cooperate with North Korean threats escalating and global supply chains being disrupted. But he stressed that
entering into a military alliance with Tokyo. The two leaders are also expected to resolve Japan's export curbs on high-tech material against South Korea. Japanese media say the two sides are likely to revive regular visits between the two leaders.
A major defense equipment trade exhibition will be held for 3 days through Friday in the Japanese city of Chiba. It's only the second time that Japan hosts the DSEI Japan, which boasts over 200 exhibitors from around the world. It first held the trade show back in 2019. Now, this year, though, the event returns amid an evolving security situation in the region, and Michio Ishida tells us more.
The defense trade show in Chiba is special not just because it's the first that Japan is having in 3 years, but also because it's taking place after the Japanese government's recent pivot of its defense posture. Participants say they expect Japan to grow into an important market with the stepping up of its own defense capability. Late last year, Japan revised its national security strategy, national defense strategy, and defense buildup program. For the first time since its defeat in World War II, the revised policy allows Japan to possess the capability to strike its enemy. It also aims to raise its defense budget from 1% of its GDP to 2% in 5 years to be on par with the NATO nations, even though Japan is not part of the defense alliance. As part of the pivot, Japan is accelerating its defense cooperation with other countries, in particular Australia, India, ASEAN, and G7 nations. Last December, it announced the development of a next-generation fighter jet with Italy and the UK. There are also talks of Japan considering reviewing its strict rules governing the selling of defense equipment to other countries. That's why this defense trade show is expected to gather a lot of interest and attention. Participants are hoping that negotiations at this exhibition may lead to more collaborations in regional security amid uncertainties. Michio Ishida, CNN, Chiba, Japan.
Indonesian President Joko Widodo will be here in Singapore tomorrow for the Singapore-Indonesian Leaders Retreat with Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong. Now, this will be their 6th Leaders Retreat. The previous retreat was held in Bintan, Indonesia in January last year. Tomorrow, they will review the significant progress in bilateral cooperation. And this includes the ratification of the 3 agreements under the expanded framework, addressing the issues of airspace management, defense cooperation, and extradition of fugitives. The signings of the agreements were witnessed then by both leaders. Mr. Lee and Mr. Widodo are set to witness the exchange of several deals as well, including those in emerging areas such as energy and sustainability. They'll discuss how to strengthen partnership in areas across the economic, socio-cultural, and security spheres. They will exchange views on regional and global developments as well. PM Lee will also host lunch for President Widodo and his delegation. The Singapore delegation includes Deputy Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, as well as Senior Minister Chia Chi-hien.
An all-time high for trust in Singapore's government. That's according to the latest Trust Barometer report by public relations and consultancy firm Edelman. The annual global survey is conducted online across 28 countries, and here are some of the results, involving more than 1,000 respondents here. It found the government is the most trusted institution in Singapore, with more than 75% of respondents saying that they trust the government, or that is 2 percentage points more than last year. It's also the 4th highest score globally, tied with Indonesia and India. On the other hand, people's faith in businesses has dipped, with just 62% saying they trust them. The trust gap between government and businesses is also widening. Still, Singaporeans believe that to bring about change, both institutions should work closely together on societal issues such as income inequality.
People believe that government and business working together in partnership will achieve the best results. In fact, 4 times more than if business were to work alone. And more than 1 in 2 people in Singapore believe that business can address contentious societal issues without being politicized.
But this year's report finds that economic optimism for people in Singapore has hit rock bottom, a sentiment shared globally. Just over a third believe they better off in 5 years. Singapore, along with 23 out of the 28 countries surveyed, recorded all-time lows. They also include the UK, Malaysia, and India. The fear of losing their jobs topped on the list of concerns for respondents in Singapore is followed by inflation. A job loss and being in debt are among the top problems faced by those who contacted a suicide prevention agency last year. These account for almost a third of cases received by Samaritans of Singapore. A growing trend, youths below 30 who cite issues such as being in debt and having difficulties repaying loans. Amid an increasingly polarized world, businesses are experiencing greater expectations as well as heightened risks. Yet more than 7% of Singaporean workers trust their employers, a slight 1 percentage point dip compared to the previous year. On a global scale, South Koreans give their employees the lowest and Indonesians the highest. So the demand for businesses to do good is high. The majority of Singaporeans expect their CEOs to take a public stand on issues such as the treatment of employees, climate change, and discrimination. More than 60% of consumers in Singapore say they buy or advocate for brands based on their beliefs and values. Over 2/3 of employees also look for jobs that have a social impact. Clara Lee finds out more about the range of causes that businesses champion here in Singapore, from supporting those with special needs to helping low-income families.
Mattress maker King Coil Singapore believes in giving back to the community. The firm channels about 10% of its profits to scholarships for secondary school students. The money goes towards covering their school fees, for instance. It's also donated $30,000 to a welfare fund that provides uniforms and stationery for those who can't afford them.
As part of its latest efforts, the company will be partnering organizations to help those with special needs by giving them a platform to interact with more people. Towards the end of the month, it will be holding its biannual sale at a shopping mall atrium, where it will designate a small space for them to sell handmade products such as pouches and keychains.
The firm believes helping young Singaporeans can spark long-term social change and cultivate a culture of kindness.
I believe that when they grow up, they will think back, they may also do their part, to the society, pay back to the society if they can. So I hope this is something that we can actually pass down to the different generations.
Small and medium-sized enterprises are also contributing to the community within their means. For one, this blinds retailer has donated some of its products to low-income households who don't have their own.
When we found out that they don't even have the basic curtain for their privacy, that's when we decided that this is the least we can do because we have that capability. We are in this business. Yeah, that's why we decided to help them.
The firm explains that such initiatives may help customers feel like their dollar goes a long way.
I think customers prefer to buy from companies that also serve a good cause. So probably when they spend their money, at the company, it also goes towards that same cause.
Looking ahead, the business is thinking of donating to even more people, such as orphanages and elderly care centers.
Also to come, Credit Suisse Group CEO Ulrich Corner joins us to talk about the lender's recent troubles and its strategy update. And get a taste of Japan at the Gardens by the Bay this spring season as Sakura fever in Singapore.
Driven by poverty, they take a gamble.
Em sẽ mong là sẽ kiếm được đủ tiền về mà trả hết nợ.
But once at the end of the journey, you may not be a pot of gold.
Pag punta ko po doon ko na mismo nalalaman na
my exercise Poland. The lure of work at the Philippines online casinos. Tonight on CNA.
What are the financial forces driving Asia's rise? From cross-border business expansion and technology for digital connectivity to capturing growth opportunities in the region and beyond. Understand the trends, innovations, and corporate deals that are building Asia. Catch a new episode every fortnight on CNA and CNA.Asia.
An incident that dealt a blow to US-China ties.
China violated US sovereignty.
Add fuel to a heated tech war between superpowers.
China doesn't have the capacity to manufacture these advanced chips.
Will the US choke China's tech ambitions?
No country has any right to deprive the Chinese people of their right to peaceful development.
The deepening US-China tech war. Insight, Thursday on CNN.
I have this mantra: if you can move, you can live.
Being fit makes me more confident about how I look, and it makes me feel stronger.
Currently, it's important because we're not meant to do life alone. Apart from having to look after the people around you, I need to take care of myself.
We take transitions very seriously because this forms the blueprint for how we age.
Age is not a disadvantage. It is a golden opportunity to engage in things that I missed during my active life.
Business update now. Credit Suisse shares hit an all-time low, plunging around 25%, triggering several trading halts along the way. Now, the decline means the stock has lost more than 70% in the past year. This comes after its largest investor, Saudi National Bank, said it could not provide any further financial assistance, adding that it was a regulatory issue. Confidence in Credit Suisse was already dented after it said this week that it found material weaknesses in its financial reporting for the past 2 years. But following the recent developments, we've got Credit Suisse Group CEO Ulrich Kornet joining us now from Zurich. Mr. Kornet, thanks for joining us this evening. Now, Credit Suisse shares, they're falling even more to record low after the Saudi National Bank's latest statement. How are you going to stop the bleeding?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, to you for having me here. As you heard me say yesterday, and I like to reiterate that because it's highly important, obviously, you know. At the Morgan Stanley conference, we are a globally, systemically important bank, and what that means is we operate under the highest possible, standards when it comes to capital, to funding, to liquidity, to our results overall. So that is, in comparison to other situations which we heard of and deal with since a couple of days actually, is not comparable at all. So we are a strong bank, we are a global bank. Under Swiss regulation, we fulfill and overshoot basically all regulatory requirements. Our capital, our liquidity basis is very, very strong. And by the way, you saw that also today in a statement of the chairman of the Saudi National Bank, actually, who is one of our main shareholders, as you know, who said, look, very strong bank, very strong financials under a strong regulatory regime. So I think this is first and foremost, to get out with respect to the current situation. And secondly, you were referring to the material weakness in our annual report. Also here, we published the annual report yesterday morning, as you know. The financial results are not affected in any way by this statement, and come back to that. So the financial results are unchanged for 2022 and the previous years. That's an important fact here. Secondly, the material weakness refers to call it the financial reporting controls, which is, if you want to, like a testing and monitoring environment, which is obviously highly important, there's no question, and we are doing everything as you would expect us to do to remediate the weaknesses. But again, the most important fact here is it has not any impact on our financial results. So what is out there and what we put out on February 9 are the right and the accurate numbers. I think that is the most important thing here. And you have also seen that our external auditor, PricewaterhouseCoopers, has given us an unqualified opinion on these results.
Mr. Koya, Credit Suisse outflows, those have hit more than $120 billion. How are you managing those outflows? What is the plan to build the bank back up?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So these outflows go back to more than 85% to the months of October and November, as you heard me talking about. And that was obviously for all our people, by the way, who do a fantastic job together with our clients, who I couldn't take more in that situation, and I will explain in a moment why. We have started a pretty unprecedented, I would say, client outreach program. And we started that on October 27th. That was the day when we were able to communicate our new strategy, and we couldn't speak before. We started to speak at the same time, at the same day. So in the meantime, we reached out to more than 10,000 wealth management clients globally in like one-on-one individual discussions. Explained the strategy, explained what we are doing, explain exactly where we are. I think that has created very good momentum towards the end of last year already, and that momentum traveled with us into Q1, and we do everything possible to keep up that momentum during the course of the whole year. And I think that is what we are doing to regain as many of these assets as quickly as possible, basically.
Mr. Koya, Credit Suisse has also seen a number of high-profile exits from Asia and Europe. All but one of the bank's executive board has also been replaced over the past 2 years. What does it say about the bank's internal affairs?
So look, what is right in what you are saying, we have somewhat high attrition, which, in a moment of change where we are in, is not so surprising. I think the flip side, that is also very important to see, is we have no issue whatsoever to hire strong people from the market, because this is why. This is because the strategy which we communicated, which is an execution for the next 3 years actually, resonates very much. It resonates 100% with our clients, and it resonates fully with all our stakeholder groups. So if people look at that, both my colleagues in the bank, but also people from the market, they look into that, and they think, yeah, that makes sense. I want to be part of that journey. So that's the flip side of what you just said. In terms of the executive board, as you say, every one of my colleagues, more or less new since a year and a half, basically all experts in their fields, all know these kind of moments and situations, and we are executing together as a team very, very strongly.
Let's talk a bit about the bank's strategy update. How confident is Credit Suisse in achieving that strategy? How long do you think it needs to turn things around?
Yeah, thanks. So the strategy, as I just said, is the right one, 100%. This is confirmed by all different stakeholder groups, which I talked to, as you can imagine, very, very intensively since the end of October. And we are executing, as we speak, at pace, and that is also why I gave an update yesterday at the Morgan Stanley conference, and actually a little bit, so to speak, ahead of our plan. And this is necessary, and this is good. The other thing is, which you need to bear in mind, please, is we said this is a 3-year transformation. So, to going into a new Credit Suisse and a simpler, more stable bank with high profitability levels, from where we are today takes just some time. So it's worthwhile to do it, but it's 3 years transformation, and we are executing against this transformation successfully.
On the second one, within this transformation, this restructure, how will it impact operations in the Asia Pacific? Specifically, which markets will be afforded priority? Which markets would you give, say, less weight to as you seek to ride out this storm?
So, I mean, I'm in Hong Kong by chance next week, to run our flagship Asia Investment Conference together with my colleagues, and I'm very much looking forward to being in Hong Kong again, I must say. So Asia Pacific, as you know, is one of our most important regions since decades, actually. And allow me to say, the business which we are having in the different markets, the relationships which we may have with our clients in Asia Pacific, this is pretty much second to none, and this is something which we really do care of every day. So looking ahead as part of that transformation strategy, I would say the only thing which we want to do is to make Asia Pac and the region even stronger, and that is what we are working for. You have seen we have received 3 licenses from China. Last week, we are particularly grateful for that, because that means to us, we can start building on the ground our wealth management business now as well. And everyone was really excited about that news.
And Mr. Koya, one quick one before we go. The collapse of SVB has shaken banking systems globally, and it is, a flashback to those dark days of 2008. Regular people, they're likely wondering now, are the right controls in place? Are my savings safe? What would you say to allay their concerns? So the concerns of investors, the concerns of regulators.
Look, as I said at the beginning, I tried to say at least this is a very different situation where these banks where globally and systemically important banks are like us. So you can't compare that at all. I would not, and you have seen the reactions taken in the US, I think very forcefully and very successfully so far, I must say. I would not expect that this creates huge spillover in the financial system. At least it's my personal opinion. And again, with us, in terms of facts, has nothing to do. Even our credit exposure to SVB that you are mentioning is absolutely not material, so it has nothing to do with our facts around Credit Suisse.
Mr. Kona, thank you for joining us this evening. That was the Credit Suisse Group CEO, Ulrich Kona, and that is your business update for now. Back to you, Don.
Thanks very much, Liz. Liz Neo there with the business. Thailand authorities are scrambling to locate a radioactive cylinder that went missing from a power station last Friday. Staff at a coal power plant in East Bangkok noticed that the steel tube was missing during a routine check. A search ensued over the weekend, but the tube, it couldn't be located. The cylinder is a 30 centimeter long by 13 centimeter wide, and it weighs about 25 kilograms. It contains highly radioactive cesium-137 and could cause rashes, burns, and maybe even serious health risks from direct exposure. Radiation tests show that the cylinder has been taken off the premises. The public has been warned not to open or break it if found. The incident follows a similar one in Australia back in January, when a missing tiny radioactive capsule was eventually found in the remote outback after a 2-week search. With Japan's sakura season in full swing, you can now catch the blossoms at Gardens by the Bay here in Singapore through different interpretations. Visitors can take a sakura sightseeing trip featuring iconic landmarks like lakes, Mount Fuji, and Torii Gates. They can also take part in cultural activities, including pounding mochi and traditional tea ceremonies. Also good news for Pokemon fans, you'll be able to spot characters around the gardens and even catch Pikachu up close.
That's Asia Tonight. Don't forget headlines anytime at cna.asia.
Plus, you can also find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. We will leave you now with more beautiful sights from the cherry blossoms on display at Singapore's Gardens by the Bay. Good night.
Airways. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
On the next Asia First, we look at the evolution of mom-and-pop stores in India. The expansion of supermarket chains and online stores are threatening their business. And we explore how they're managing to stay competitive in such an environment.
Blockchain is such an interesting technology that it opens up the capability to everything.
We are taking some of the useful technology out of crypto industry and building a new architecture for the future of finance.
This is really going to change the world.
Join me as I learn from builders in Asia in real life.
Bahwasanya janin yang ada yang dibutuhkan itu di blender. Nah itu yang bikin saya shock.
Why would some women risk illegal abortions in neighboring Indonesia?
She will not be able to re-enter Singapore to work again.
Being pregnant or your unemployment is not allowed if you're a foreign domestic worker. But what happens when they turn to dangerous alternatives? Undercover Asia, Saturday on CNA.
Separated by politics and ideology. Recent development has opened up an exciting new world. I'm Libby on CNA Soul.
This check on headline news this hour. Pakistan's former Prime Minister defies arrest, fueling clashes between his supporters and security forces. Imran Khan says he is not budging without a summons from court. The last 24 hours plunged Pakistan into another round of political turmoil as authorities hound the former leader to face graft charges. Honduras signals a switch in diplomatic ties away from Taiwan and towards China. Taipei warns it's a trap, with its list of formal allies falling to 13. Australia on a mission to ease regional concerns over its deal with the US and UK to acquire nuclear-powered submarines. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's first stop was Fiji. That's where he met with newly elected leader, Prime Minister Sirileni Rabuka. 7 countries have questioned whether yesterday's landmark AUKUS agreement could intensify a nuclear arms race in the Asia-Pacific. But after talks with Australia's leader, Mr. Rabuka said he fully backs AUKUS. And that's the latest from the CNN newsroom.
正直最初にこう聞いたときにはこんな機会が女性にもあるんだと。
I just want them to realize that dream is really important.
I know what the challenges are, and I would want to make a difference.
welcome to the conversation.
Thank you, Lynn. I'm delighted to be here.
It's been 3 years of COVID. Even CEOs are human. We are tired. Do we really need to prepare for a new crisis?
You know, I get that question a lot, and I think I understand why people ask that question. But the answer is unfortunately yes, because history will tell us that time and again, another crisis is looming around the corner. And it's our inability or unwillingness to prepare for it that allows it to have a greater impact than it probably necessarily needs to have.
Okay, so you say we need to be preparing for the next crisis. But the crises are enormously different. There's a big difference between a pandemic and, let's say, what's happened in India recently, where a report has been made on a big group like the Adani Group, and they've been criticized, and where the stock market roiled and stock prices plummet. Stock prices falling, pandemic, that's very different. How is any company going to prepare for both?
Right. Think of it as an exercise that we all, Mr. Dr.
Warframe, combine that with some MMO-like open zone elements, so say something like Destiny, and topped it all off with the visual stylings of games like WildStar, Fable, or World of Warcraft. Well, Wayfinder is what you would get, and that, more or less in an oversimplified nutshell, is exactly what this game is. Now, last week I got the chance to go hands-on with Wayfinder, playing roughly 25 hours of this upcoming action combat character-based MMO, and I've come away mostly impressed. Beyond a few notable issues with performance, concerns about the overall scope of the game, and a gameplay loop that likely won't resonate with everyone, you better like procedural dungeon grinding. Fortunately, I do, and thanks to a really well-executed combat system that feels fun to play, along with what looks to be thus far some great encounter variety and design, I've enjoyed just about every minute of my time with Wayfinder. In fact, I found that the more I kept playing the game, the more I was enjoying it and wanted to just keep on playing, which is a really good sign in my book, as I tend to feel so many games start to lose their luster around the 15 to 20 hour mark, but I have come away just enjoying the game more and more. So today I want to talk with you about Wayfinder. I want to talk about its structure, the various systems and mechanics, what there is to do in the game, like what you can expect in any given session, and then also go over some of what I think they are doing right and what could use some improvement based on my time with it so far. First of all, let's briefly touch on this genre thing. So they are calling Wayfinder an MMO, and it is an MMO in the same way some might consider Destiny or Warframe an MMO. Personally, I would classify this as a shared world game, or MMO Lite gets used sometimes as well. Don't come to Wayfinder thinking you're getting an experience similar to World of Warcraft, Elder Scrolls Online, or Guild Wars 2. It is not that kind of a game. Wayfinder isn't made up of like massive continents that are broken up into large zones that you can seamlessly explore with like tens or hundreds of other players potentially running around. No, its structure is a lot more like a smaller scale fantasy version of Destiny. Basically, the game is broken up into two main parts: the overland open zone areas, of which there are just a couple, and then the instanced dungeons where you are likely to be spending most of your time. In the open world, you will be seeing a handful of other players at a time. Dungeons will include groups of up to 3, and you'll see the highest concentration of other people, I think around like 20 or 30 maybe, in the game's major towns. But call it whatever you like, honestly, it doesn't really matter. I just kind of wanted to set expectations for what sort of a multiplayer shared world game Wayfinder is. Speaking of which, let's get into it. What is Wayfinder like? So things start out with you playing through a brief tutorial. You will pick a starting character, not class by the way. They are going with the Warframe route here, where you play as a pre-established character that has a set identity, a name, a personality, and then its own unique traits and skills. Much of what they're doing actually with the design and structure of this game aligns very much so with Warframe, which will become more evident as we go along here. So you pick a character, then you get introduced to the basics of movement and combat. This is an action combat game through and through, with everything you might expect it to have. There are light and heavy attacks, combos where you can chain or alternate between those, and then there's things like jumping and dashing attacks. There is blocking and dodging. Although it's not as deep of a melee combat system as, say, Souls games, with all of the attacks, combos, and then contextual variations that those have, Wayfinder does at least cover most of the basics, and the combat in general, it all feels really good. So after the tutorial, you are brought into the first major town. This is called Skylight. This is where you're going to pick up a lot of your main and side quests, along with having access to a bunch of different vendors, as well as crafting stations. We'll get into that stuff later, but I just want to say outright how much I was immediately impressed with the appearance of this game. Visually, the town's look and design reminds me of a combination of World of Warcraft and WildStar. The buildings and the setting have this real strong Nordic vibe, along with everything being ridiculously oversized, that really reminded me of WoW's Wrath of the Lich King expansion in particular. It all feels very reminiscent of various areas and towns within the Howling Fjord specifically, and I just absolutely love it. But then there's also this mix of the funky sci-fi tech of WildStar in parts of the city, like in the crafting station areas. You've got all these neon signs and flashing lights, kind of funky looking. I don't know, I just think this game looks real good aesthetically. I know it might be a little cartoonish for some people, but I personally find it very appealing, and I definitely think it is one of Wayfinder's strong suits. On several occasions while playing the game, I would just go, damn, this all looks real good. So when you first arrive in town, the game takes you through on a series of quests, walking you through the different major areas, introducing you to the NPCs and stations, and then you go on a brief romp through your very first Lost Zone mini dungeon. You clear a few rooms, fight back a large wave of enemies, finish the dungeon, and then they set you off into the first open zone area. So let's talk a little bit about the open world in Wayfinder. All throughout your time playing this game, you will regularly be directed to these open zones, either through a main story quest, some side mission that you pick up, or just because there are things that you want to do or farm in these areas. I would say that the open areas are decently sized and fully open to seamlessly explore once you initially load in. The open zone that you were first introduced to is called the Highlands, and it's basically this fantasy woodlands area. So what things are there to do in the open world? Well, you'll go around exploring different points of interest. There's lots of really cool bespoke areas to see here. There's things like the Pit and the Crossroads Foundry, the Bloodworks, Ironstone Keep, Lower Skylight, a lot of highlights, a lot of areas to see. And then all throughout, you will of course come across plenty of enemies to fight. You're going to see things like goblins and bandits. There are mutants and various elementals, as well as wildlife like bears and deer and things along those lines. And every single enemy has a set level. So when you first start out, there'll be some safe spots for you to explore where everything is around your level, but then you will come across places that are too dangerous because those enemies are way stronger than you. Now, as you play, you level up, you get stronger, and then all of a sudden those low-level enemies can be dealt with in 1 or 2 hits, and then you naturally progress to being able to access the higher-level areas. But yes, it does appear like there is no scaling of enemies within the open zone area. There are public events to do scattered all throughout. There will be small ones, like you come across these locked chests that can only be opened once you kill all of the enemies surrounding it, and those enemies will also have chains wrapped around them, which I thought was a neat little touch. Then there are much larger difficult events, like say the summoning rituals, where you have to eliminate the summoner goblins and a few of their minions before a timer runs out. You'll also encounter these portals where creatures will spawn in from other dimensions, and there's a variety of other just open world events that you'll come across, including some massive world bosses that will roam around in particular areas. You will pick up side quests from the various NPCs found in town, as well as some open world quest hubs that are found in the world. Also, some objects found in the world will grant you side quests, and these ask you to do the typical RPG side questing fare, collect some items, eliminate targets, gather resources. There are also a variety of collectibles and resources to pick up, so you'll find war nodes scattered all around. You hit these, they automatically back you up. There will be chests that have loot in them. Some of these will be obvious, others are hidden or even buried. Like you'll find locations where there's some rubble and debris on the ground, and then by interacting with it, the chest will reveal, or sometimes enemies will spawn in instead. And then also there are these memory fragments. These are these glowing yellow orbs. You'll find these all over the place, both in the open world and in dungeons. And they're used for a lot of the game's progression systems, specifically for unlocking new weapon masteries, for crafting new wayfinders, and then for upgrading your echoes, which are kind of like the game's version of gems. So when I first got into the Highlands, I actually had the impression that it was kind of a small space. Like as I first ventured out and pulling up the map, it seemed like a relatively tiny area compared to a typical MMO open world zone. But I gotta say, as I spent more time playing and exploring, I have come to find that it's all rather dense. I think this is largely due to their use of layering the environment. Like this isn't just some flat terrain for you to walk over. There are multiple levels to the entire thing. So you'll find castles and ruins, towers, hills, and rocky formations that tend to expand upwards, and then there will be tunnels, caves, and low valleys that go low, and even in some cases underneath parts of the map. And then lots of paths and interconnected access points between all of this. There will be lots of spots where you're actually required to do some sort of navigation on your part in order to get through. There'll be like jumping puzzles to get up to or across an area, or you'll have to use some of the game's various traversal tools that are in the environment, which include things like zipline locations, various ladders, and elevators. Now, I wouldn't call these open zones massive, though. In fact, just out of curiosity, I wanted to test how long it took to get from one point to the other. So I ran from the tippity top of the map, where you first spawn in at the elevator, all the way down to the southernmost point, and it clocked in at roughly 5 minutes, which even included some checking the map and getting lost briefly and having to wait for my stamina to regenerate. So the total surface area here, not exactly huge, but I will say it is designed and layered in a way that does make it feel pretty dense and interesting to explore. Also, you wouldn't ever really just run straight from one end to the other. There's no reason to. It doesn't make sense. There's no purpose behind it. Usually, when you're in the open world, you are there to do something, be that farming enemies, collecting orbs, participating in events, or doing any of your main or side quests. So just running across the map is something you'll never actually want or need to do, especially since the game has fast travel locations, these signal fires that once you unlock, you can just instantly teleport to between the zone with no loading screen. Now remember, they did go as far as to make the distinction and call this game an MMO, and as such, you will be running into other players. You'll see them engaged in combat with a pack of enemies, traversing the environment, collecting orbs, or doing any of the public events or side quests of their own, all of which, by the way, you can join up with them at any given time. The game does look to incentivize team play by having instance drops, like just being next to someone who kills an enemy or opens a chest would actually drop loot for me to collect as well, so there's no sense of competition when it comes to fighting enemies and engaging with the open world stuff. Now, in terms of how many players you're going to see in the world, well, I'll tell you, the most I would ever come across at any one time, I think, was like 3 people. Although the entire zone does hold more than that, I've never actually seen large groups of players all in a single spot at any given time. They are there, but it's just you're going to occasionally run across them. There aren't really a lot of instances where they're all going to be gathered, most likely, unless you are specifically coordinating gathering with the people in your particular instance. All in all, I will say I do feel like they've done a fairly solid job in executing their version of this open shared world. These areas do feel pretty enjoyable to explore. Unfortunately, there's only 2 of them. Like I said, the zone that you are initially introduced to is called the Highlands. Now, after progressing through several hours of the main story quest, along with doing a bit of grinding and leveling up, you will eventually be brought to the second zone called Reaver's Woods. This is like the snow-swept region. It is an entirely new area filled with all new things to do, new landscapes to explore, enemies to fight, and resources to collect. But from what I understand, these 2 zones are the only 2 zones that the game is planning to launch with into early access. And if that is true, I do feel like that is far too few. I would have guessed or hoped for, I don't know, like 5 or 6 zones, if not 10 or 15. But the idea that they're releasing with only 2, I think may very well leave some people feeling that there's not enough open world content. Now, at the same time, none of that may matter because the open zones, you are not going to be spending a majority of your time there. Most of your time, I would guess somewhere between 70 and 80% will be in the Lost Zones. Now, these are instance procedurally structured dungeons that you will be running over and over and over again for the sake of gathering resources, currencies, and the game's loot. Like mentioned earlier, after the tutorial, you are brought through a brief, roughly 5-minute dungeon run. The main quest giver, called Omen, asks you to step into your first Lost Zone at the Gloom Gates, which is this massive, like, dimensional portal sitting just on the edge of town. So you spawn into these ruins and are asked to find the Codex Ember, make your way from one hallway to the next with rooms connected in between, fighting back goblins and spiders, opening chests, and collecting resources along the way. And then there is this giant purple barrier you break through with your dagger, which opens up access to some more hallways and rooms full of enemies. You keep on going until you reach the final room, which is like this wide open arena. There, a large group of enemies spawn in and an ambush. Defeating them lets you open up the Gloom Anchor, where you collect your bonus rewards, complete the dungeon, and zone out. Now, structurally, this is the basic experience of running a dungeon. It, of course, gets much more varied in layout and appearance, and there is a wide variety of different side objectives, hazards, and puzzles for you to solve, but the general flow is the same. Zone in, move through the dungeon, navigating hallways, rooms, and some bespoke areas here and there, all placed and laid out in a procedural fashion until you finally make your way to this final room where you fight back an ambush or a boss, and then the dungeon is complete. Now, to help keep things fresh, though, the game has multiple zones or locations or tile sets, if you want to call it, where these dungeons take place. And this adds a lot of variety to how the dungeons look, to the things that you'll encounter, and even the enemies that you will fight. This isn't just a coat of paint either. Each dungeon location is rather distinct in not only its appearance, but also the structure and layout and design of the rooms that you move through. So after that initial mini dungeon, you're brought out into the open world, and you have to complete a few tasks, and then you're asked to find the entrance to what's called the Codex Halls. Now, this is an actual physical location in the Highlands open zone. So you'll have to go there in order to gain access. You'll make your way over, maybe you'll do some of the open world activities that we talked about earlier while en route, and then once you arrive, you go through, you complete the dungeon, at which point the Codex Halls then becomes available as a new option to open up and run from within town at that big portal called the Gloom Anchor, and that is how the sort of main story progression is tied into the dungeon farming in this game. There will be various steps in between some of the main story quests, but essentially once you reach a dungeon and then clear it in the main story quest, that dungeon and that kind of tile set is then unlocked back in town, at which point you can just keep running it over and over and over again, and it'll all be slightly different each time thanks to how this whole procedural placement of rooms works. Which, if you're wondering, structurally, it's more or less like a variation in the combination of rooms and then the connecting pieces. So you'll have hallways that lead into a small room maybe, and then maybe that small room has multiple hallways branching off of it in different directions. So you go down one hallway, and then maybe there's a big room that has multiple levels. There could be some stuff in between that, maybe some side quest or boss or groups of enemies to fight, but then that big room also has some hallways branching off of it. Or maybe it doesn't, and then you head back in the other direction, you go down some other hallways, and maybe you find a room with a puzzle, and then maybe you have to go back to the main area, or maybe that puzzle room now has a branching path leading you further and deeper into the dungeon, and then maybe you come across a little event, and maybe you find a room with a side quest and NPCs. There's so many possibilities because they just basically take this entire collection of rooms within each one of the dungeon locations, and they just piece them together differently every time you run through the dungeon. I think the best way to think of it is that every dungeon location has a set number of building blocks, and then how they're connected and laid out will change from one run to the next. You will not always be seeing the exact same rooms every single run, but yes, it is the case that as the more you play and say you keep running the Codex Halls over and over and over again, you're going to keep seeing the same room types. They will just be presented in a different fashion, but it will get repetitive because that is simply how this sort of procedural dungeon structure works in these kind of a game. But again, each dungeon location has its own separate building blocks. So in total, the build that I played had 9 base dungeon locations. The first one you unlocked was the Codex Halls. You kept on playing, eventually you unlocked the Undercroft as well as the Repository. And then there were 3 separate mine locations, each with which had a different layout and look to them. And there are 3 additional locations within the Reaver Woods, which is that second kind of snow-themed zones. So there are 9 dungeon stylings, more or less, each with their own distinct bespoke layouts and presentation and enemies and things and puzzles to do within them, which all combined together does add a lot of variety. And there's a lot of other things to keep things fresh and mix it up further. So everything that I've been describing thus far would fall under the category of an expedition. But on top of that, every dungeon location also has hunts that you can go on, which are basically like single room boss fights. You'll have to craft a special key every time you want to go on a hunt, and then that key unlocks access to a fight of that particular associated boss. Then on top of that, there is the difficulty scaling. So whenever you complete successfully a dungeon run, you unlock the next tier of difficulty for that dungeon. So you start off at level 1, if you do that successfully, you unlock level 2, which will scale everything up to be tankier and deal more damage. With each one of these levels, there is an associated recommended gear score, basically, and this keeps on progressing forward. I personally saw as much as 5 difficulty tiers for the dungeons, although there may be more, I'm just unsure. I simply didn't progress that far in the time that I played. Now on top of that, there is also this imbuement system, and this adds another layer of difficulty by enhancing enemies in the dungeons with affixes. So for example, the shadow imbuement will make it so that every enemy that dies will then blow up after a few seconds. Now there are multiple elemental imbuement types, and each one of these will do something different. Adding an imbuement to your run, of course, makes everything harder because of the affix and the enhanced enemies, but then also gives you better rewards. And eventually, as you progress, you will unlock the ability to apply multiple imbuements to a single run, which also, as it turns out, is a good way to farm for unlocking the various pieces required to craft new wayfinders, because you start the game with one and you have to make the rest very similar to how it works in Warframe. I will say, while there is absolutely a lot of repetition to the process of running dungeons, since it is a large part of what you're going to be doing and what you will likely be spending most of your time for progressing your character as well as progressing your weapons, and you will be seeing the same areas over and over again, coming across the same rooms, the same hallways, the same path types, run after run after run. I do feel like the way they do procedural placement really does help mix things up and keep it varied. That in conjunction with the fact that they've got these 9 different dungeon locations, and I assume, and as far as we know, they will be adding more of these kind of tile sets of these dungeon locations between now and release. An average dungeon run would take me somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to 15 minutes, and just so you know, if you want to get a general idea for like what the flow is of any particular play session, personally I found that it looked like this. I would log in and probably run a dungeon like 2 to 3 times, and then maybe I would go on a couple of boss hunts, and then after that I would head out into the open world, I would do some side quests and events and collect some things, and then I'd take all of the stuff that I gathered in that process and I would use it to level up my character, power up my gear, and start the loop over again, just continuously progressing and getting more and more powerful, leveling and getting stronger as I keep doing this loop over and over and over. Speaking of which, let's dive into the talk about how characters work, how the customization is, and the game's various progression systems. So as mentioned earlier, in Wayfinder, you are playing as a character. These are not classes like a lot of MMOs do. It is way more akin to how Warframe's frames work. Every single character has a name, they have a backstory, and they come with 4 default abilities along with a few passives. And all of these things, while they can be modified, they never completely change. Your character is your character, your 4 default abilities are your 4 default abilities. So the game will be launching with 6 characters or Wayfinders in total. There is Wingrave, who is kind of the tank and healer hybrid, Silo, who throws a variety of bombs and can summon decoys. Nis is like a rogue character with a lot of dash attacks dealing shadow damage. Senja is the brawler or gladiator with melee punches and grapple hooks. And then there's Kairos, the war mage, with a variety of ranged and spell attacks. The game is also launching with a 6th Wayfinder, but that has as of yet not been revealed. I think the rumor is that it is going to be another healer, potentially. The character that you first select when going through the tutorial, that is the one that you will be playing for the foreseeable future. They are pretty upfront with this. They give you like a big warning after you play through the tutorial and before you finalize your decision, saying, hey, this is the character that you are going to be stuck with for the time being. Because yes, if like me, you pick Wingrave, but then decide you want to play Nis, for example, you're going to have to do some grinding, because all additional characters beyond the first one you select have to be crafted. Now, crafting crafting characters involves basically grinding for these rare materials to create 3 memories of the Wayfinder that you're wanting to play. You combine that with a little bit of gold, and that is how you unlock every additional Wayfinder beyond your first. Now, it is expected that this is going to be a bit of a grind, or very likely that you will be able to purchase the Wayfinders, because this game is free to play, and they have been pretty upfront with the fact that they're going to be modeling the monetization after Warframe, and Warframe is a similar game where you start off with one, and then everything beyond that has to be crafted, which will take some time and be a grind, or you can choose to purchase it, which is the other option. We are assuming it is going to be exactly the same here, and I will just say, in the 25 hours that I played, I was unable to craft another Wayfinder. Now, to be fair, I wasn't particularly aiming for that. I wasn't grinding specifically to unlock a particular one, but just in my casual play, I was nowhere near having the resources to craft a single additional Wayfinder. Now, the Wayfinder you pick is only one part of the equation, though, because then there is the weapon system. So at the moment, there are 4 weapon types or classes in the game. There are the sword and shield, 2-handed melee weapons, the 2-handed ranged weapons, and then dual daggers. So every character will start out using their signature weapon. So for me, on Windgrave, I automatically had the 1-handed sword and shield. Now, weapons, beyond having their own particular types of attacks and combos, they also come with their own ability. So my starter sword and shield was called the Vanguard, and its ability was Power Bash, where basically I could do a shield bash for massive impact damage and guard break damage. In combat, I would build up charges, and then the more charges I have, the harder hitting it was. But what's interesting is that is just one version of the sword and shield weapon type. There are others in the game, and every single one of them come with their own unique skill. So in the build that we played, for the different weapon classes, there were 4 variations of the sword and shield, 2 variations of 2-handed melee weapons, 5 ranged weapons, and 3 variations of the dual daggers. Every one of these variations has their own unique ability, so your weapons that you use aren't only like sword and shield attack combos and lights and heavies, but also, depending on the one that you use, will give you a completely different fit skill for your character. Now, they have said that this list will be expanded upon with time. I do believe by the time we get early access release, there should be even more than the ones that we saw in the build that I played. And what's even more interesting, though, is that while your character does start off with one particular weapon type, you can use any weapon in the game. Like halfway through my playtime on Windgrave, I decided to swap into using 2-handed melee weapons. So I still had my 4 base abilities, they stayed the same, and I now had access to a completely new light and heavy attack chain combo, as well as all of the different attack variations, like the jumping attack and the dodging attack. But then I also had a brand new 5th ability. So the 2-handed axe that I was using was called Typhoon. It's a heavy hitting weapon, deals high damage to health and resilience, and then it has this different passive system where engaging in combat builds momentum, adding additional damage to the attacks that I do. And its ability was called Shatter, where I would then consume all of my momentum and perform this strong overhead slam, and if I land a direct hit, that would sunder the targets, causing them to take increased damage for 10 seconds. So the weapon system, it cannot be understated how it is almost like the other half of your character. Yes, your 4 abilities will never change for the character that you play, but there is some distinguishing of your playstyle and your build as we go into the other parts of progression. But combat changes drastically once you switch your weapons, because while I started with a sword and a shield, I swapped to a 2-handed axe. I could then also, if I wanted to, try the 2-handed sword that's in the game, or I could try one of the 5 ranged weapons, or I could switch and try one of the 3 dual daggers. And if they can stay on top and continuously add not only new versions of these 4 weapon classes, but I want to see more weapon classes, because there's so much more than swords and shields, 2-handed melee, ranged, and dual daggers that they could go with. I mean, in particular, off the top of my head, where's the caster stuff? Where are the stabs and the wands? Like, that opens up a whole new range of possibilities, and it is really exciting, the potential here if they continue to expand on the system, but even just with the system that they currently have in place. Now, there's much more progression in the form of accessories, echoes, the affinity system, and the abilities and masteries, so let's dive into that. So first up, you've got accessories. This is essentially your gear slots in the game. You will not be finding helms and chest pieces and pants. Your Wayfinder appearance is mostly cosmetic, besides changing out your weapon. But the gear comes from these accessories. They're basically relics that you find. They'll drop from enemies. You'll find them in chests, but then you can also craft them. Basically, they're like stat sticks. It is a pretty straightforward system. They will have levels and come in various rarities. You will equip the best version and the highest level relic that you have that also has the particular stats that you are looking to enhance. Now, beyond the fact that every relic has a stat boost to it, they will also come in sets. So if you have 2 or 3 of these set accessories, then you get the bonuses associated with that. In addition to this, there is the Echo system. This is basically like gems. You will collect these and they provide stat boost, increasing your health, weapon, and ability damage, things like crits or other offensive and defensive stats. There are also classes of Echoes that will add an ability modifier. So some modifiers include if you use your weapon ability, you can then drop a bomb that deals magic and break damage. Or if you lose half of your guard break, all of a sudden it summons a damage shield equal to 25% of your health. Or there was one that I found where any melee combo finishers, which is just basically the end of an attack chain, once you reach that, it then summons a large AoE blast. And these are just 3 examples of this class of Echoes that will modify your attacks or your abilities or give you some sort of passive enhancement. I assume there are way more beyond the 3 that I've seen. So these Echoes will be slotted onto your character, but also into your weapon and the accessories that you have. And each one of those, character, weapon, and accessories, will have an Echo capacity. So the Echoes themselves will have a type and rarity and level, and then also an associated cost. And the system works very similar to Warframe, where you try to match the Echo type to the proper slot on your character, weapon, or accessories. And if you do so, that will actually cut its cost in half, which then lets you fit more and more powerful Echoes in. It's just a matching game, which gives you access to more potential capacity to put more or stronger Echoes on your character. And then outside of whatever condition Echoes are found when they drop for you, they can then further be upgraded by feeding other Echoes into them, which increases their star rating, which increases their power. The other form of power progression comes through this system of affinity. Basically, there are 3 lines of affinity that you can progress down. There is instinct, discipline, and focus. Now, this progression can be done for both your character and the weapon that you're using. Each one of these categories will just enhance a particular combination of stats. So your basic stats include your max health, resilience, weapon and ability power, crit rating and power, break power, and then physical and magic defense. So depending on the character, the accessories, and the weapon that you're using, the particular combination of stats that you get from going down the instinct, discipline, and focus trees may change. At the bottom, it's just another form of power progression where you move through this, leveling it up and spending resources, which makes you stronger in whatever attributes you're looking to enhance. On top of this, there are perks that you will unlock as you progress further down each individual path, and these provide some further specialization by giving you a passive boost, enhancing your character. Now, as I talked about earlier, the abilities that you get for your characters are static. You know, every single Wingrave has the 4 same abilities, for example. Those are locked in and they never change. However, as you level up your character, you are granted points to enhance those abilities, but there's no choice here. There's no like branching tree. Basically, every ability has 3 tiers of upgrades, and then as you upgrade it, it just makes it stronger, giving it, you know, additional percentage damage or healing or whatever, just making it better. It is a pretty bare bones system, and I'm actually a little disappointed that they haven't expanded further upon it. I don't know why there aren't at least like 8 options. Like if we can only have 4 active skills, at least have like multiple variations of those. If nothing else, what I would love to see, so that you take the 4 base abilities of my Wingrave, and then once I level it up, give it a branching path where I can change and pick from 1 of 2 options. Or maybe I keep the original core options, so maybe every ability has 3 potential variations. The core and then two alternates that then turns out to be 12 potential skills that players can choose from. But right now, if I'm Wingrave, I have 4 abilities. It's the same 4 abilities as every other Wingrave, except maybe theirs are just modified differently than mine. It's pretty bare bones, and honestly, something that I think needs to be improved. I'm astonished that this is what they're going with, but it is what it is. And then finally, for power progression, there's the mastery system. So your character is going to start out with the mastery of your weapon class, like my Wingrave had the sword and shield mastery, but you can then unlock the other weapon class masteries by spending some memory fragments, and those were those yellow glowing orbs scattered around the game that I talked about earlier. It does look from this build like they intend at some point to add a mastery perk system, but right now, nothing's in the game. That is probably just coming later in development. So that is the power progression. Now you might be wondering, well, how does visual progression work? Well, there is none, is basically how it works, or doesn't work. From what I saw, the visual appearance of your character is entirely 100% cosmetic. Like, if I wanted my character's look to change, I would have to change the weapon that I'm using, or go into the cosmetic tab and swap things around. Now, in the build that I was playing, I don't know if I had access to like a collector's edition variation of the game, I couldn't tell you, but I did have a few options to start, so I was able to change up to my appearance. At no point did I ever find or unlock any new cosmetics to swap on my character. There was no changing of my visual appearance unless I stepped into the customization tab, or like I said, unless I swapped the weapon that I was using, and I found that pretty darn disappointing. I mean, I do wish that they went with a traditional gear system for the game's power progression, because then that would give the variation of gear swapping out and changing as you find new pieces, but no, that is not what they've gone with, and the visual changes do appear to be 100% cosmetic. I am, of course, hoping that by the time the game comes out, there will be cosmetics for you to unlock while playing, and it is not entirely tied to monetization. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but also, it's a free-to-play game, so maybe cosmetics only change by buying new skins. I don't know yet, but in the build that I played, I never found a new cosmetic besides the ones that I started with. So there you go. Which brings us into discussion of monetization. Now, in the build that we played, there was no monetization to be seen. There was no cash shop, not even like a work in progress coming soon tab, but it is absolutely going to be there at release. Of course it is, because this is a free-to-play game, and they have explicitly said they're going to be modeling it after what Warframe does. So what is that? Well, if you're not familiar, a lot of Warframe's progression actually centers around the use of these kind of long build timers. So you'll need to construct various parts for your weapons or the frames that you want to build, and those will come with a build time. For the higher value stuff, for the better stuff, sometimes that build time can be very, very long, many, many hours. I mean, it's been a long time since I played, but I recall build times of over a day potentially. So you can wait that time, or by spending a little in-game currency, they let you pay real money to skip those wait timers. Now I should say, from what I saw, there were no timers, and for the building, for the crafting systems in this game, that could change, because they have said they're going to be modeling after Warframe. So it's certainly possible. Now, other things that Warframe has available for sale in the cash shop include, of course, there are cosmetic skins, there are the characters or the Warframes themselves, there are weapons that you can buy, you can purchase various equipment and boosters, enhancing boosters, percentage boosters, XP boosters, currency boosters, and there are also companions available for sale. Now, because Wayfinder has said this, here's the exact quote actually, they stated that the game will be, quote, embracing the free and fair digital extremes monetization philosophy. Now, in terms of Wayfinder, like I mentioned, I didn't see any build timers, but at the same time, I also couldn't find a cash shop, not even a tentative spot for the cash shop. It will be there though. At the very least, if nothing else, they will be selling skins. And like I said, the built-in cosmetic customization and progression was pretty much non-existent from what I saw. We'll have to see where all of this lands once the game officially comes out. Now, as for my overall impressions, I really like the game. And like I said, I really found that as I kept playing more, I was enjoying the game more and more, and I wanted to keep on playing. On the good side, I think the gameplay and combat in general feels really solid. I absolutely love the visuals, the design, the aesthetic, the way the world is built, the overworld area, and how it's structured and how it is to explore, and even the progression system I thought felt pretty good, although I think it could use a little more variety. In particular, I would love to see more Wayfinder skill variety. As for the bad, well, unfortunately, performance was pretty rough. I've got a pretty high-end rig, and even I struggled to maintain a consistent frame rate. In the open world, the dungeons, it was much smoother, but while I was in the open zone play space, it was a little choppy. It was even worse for my friend who has a 2080, and he said he would go down into the teens. Like, the FPS drops were pretty substantial, and it was almost unplayable for him. So whatever the issues are, hopefully they can iron out performance before release. I also want to say that lots of the world felt a little stiff. This is a preview build, so there were things like T-posing NPCs and characters that kind of just felt like plopped in place. Obviously the T-posing is going to be swapped out, but I do hope that they can add some more animation to the environment and the NPCs within it, because I did feel like a lot of it felt static, almost like I was walking through a diorama instead of like a living world. So I feel like they should do something to breathe a little more life into the game and just make it feel a little more alive. That would go a long way. I also really hope that they launch with more than just 2 open world zones. I hope I'm misunderstanding or was misinformed, and that they will be releasing with like 4 or 5. If not, I feel like some people are going to feel it's just not enough, and there's not enough to this game, even with the fact that you are spending most of your time in the dungeons. It would be a shame if that is going to drag the game down. But overall though, yeah, I really like this game. I had a lot of fun, and I think it's got a ton of potential. So when are we going to be able to play it? They are looking to go into early access at some point in May. There will be playtests between now and then, and the game is slated for a full release later in this calendar year. Now remember, it is a free-to-play game, and with that they are going to have not only a cash shop, but also a season system. So they said the seasons will be released every 3 months, and with each season they will be including a brand new wayfinder, brand new weapons, as well as new open world events and dungeon challenges. Now I do believe that they will occasionally with these seasons also be introducing new zones and new dungeon templates, or those dungeon locations that we talked about, but that is not going to be coming with every season. They have not said as much. It's not expected. I think Wayfinder is really cool. I really had a good time with it. I'm looking forward to playing more. It's definitely not going to be everyone's cup of tea, and it isn't a traditional MMO if we still want to argue about the genre classification of this game. But in my experience, it is nevertheless a fun loot game. It is a fun grindy game. If they can nail performance, if they can work on more combat variety, please, for the love of God, make it so that we don't just have those 4 skills. Make branching paths. If you can, whatever. I'm not a game developer, but man, it seems like a shame that there's 4 abilities that never change for our wayfinders. Again, whatever. We're supposed to play different wayfinders. I get it. What if I don't want to play different wayfinders? Well, then the game's not for me. I don't know. Anyways, that's it for me today. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed this video. It is very long, but I hope it was informative and helpful for you. I'm looking forward to Wayfinder. Can't wait to play. I'll see you guys later. Take it easy. Thanks for watching.
Environment can be like if you have a pollution, there are a few ways to do. If the place is vast and there's no buildings to absorb, like you have a smart green and clean buildings to absorb the dirty air and filter out. That's what China is doing. Then you have smart green and clean airports. So you have to phase out all the old ones and turn it into smart green and clean. But if you not, then you can use the buildings to absorb. But these buildings are just smart green and clean buildings, more for health, safety, security, stability. So you can have certain buildings, specific structure, or like you have the windmill, wind turbine, that kind of structure to absorb the pollution. All this can be done. Mountains have no forests. Normally mountains have forests. This one mountain has no forest. So by right mountains were supposed to have forests, but some mountains is because the mountain is very high. Yeah, so it's by right mountains supposed to have forests. But some mountain, these are all hills. Some of these are maybe very low rise. Um, so yes, so sometimes the reality and the playing the game may not be that real. So just sometimes just to remember, people tend to live in another world, but they sometimes fail to differentiate what is the artificial and what is the real world. So this is not say artificial. This is the game world, not the other artificial, uh, not the other artificial, elusive artificial world. Game world, real world. And an elusive artificial world. So lack of the two in existence. Everybody along the way, they will go through the phase of life, death, and rebirth. Everything lack of the two in existence. Everybody is going through positive and negative. We got such thing, everything positive. So you see, don't laugh, right? When people laugh, you say, you have a bad day today. How about good day? And so more good day than bad day, or more bad day than good day? Or do you have just a day? Some people say they have a day, that's all. So everything, how you want to see it. In specific, have good day, bad day, more good day, more bad day. Why you want to make have more bad day? Why you want to make other more bad day? Why yesterday want to make people horror movie, suddenly romance movie, thriller movie, action movie. People sleeping want to make a movie. They think they are what? Movie director. Movie director then go and be a movie director. Don't be a movie director make no money. They say maybe because they cannot be a movie director, they face effects. Movie director can be. What about have the negative experience about this. And then someone never make money. They're even supposed to make lots of money. Not just that's why you see you think that way, and something is wrong with them. Creating nothing out of something. So very important, whatever they do. You must think that so as I said, in the end of the day, whatever they do, they're just playing politics. They want you to grab your hand hard and want you to, this and that and this. It's just that in the end, whatever they do, it's just basically playing politics. You just try to experiment with people this and that, or train people this and that, moving on. Mm, They actually cause a lot of problems, all these bones, fingers. That's why I have to take so long to analyze the bone. Actually, I have to advance, go for the checkup on the bones. People know about injustice. The word injustice.
促发展，扎实推进高水平对外开放。我们要牢牢把握挑选发展任务，预定强化实力科学创新，着力打造原创知识生源地和现代产业链，着力深化高效率、高质量海内外创新实力，推动中央企业在加快构建新发展格局中更好发挥战略支撑作用。
我们将坚决贯彻习近平总书记重要讲话精神，紧紧围绕高质量发展这一首要任务，以人民自然和谐共生的现代化中国建设层面，把实现减负降碳协同增效作为主抓手，助力推动经济社会发展绿色化、低碳化，有力将美丽中国的绿色底色擦得更亮丽。
香港、澳门、台湾人士表示，习近平主席在14届全国人大一次会议闭幕会上的重要讲话令人振奋，将发挥各自所长，为民族复兴贡献力量。
习近平主席在闭幕会上的重要讲话非常有意义。我们香港各界要推动一国两制在港澳地区全面落实，全力发展香港经济，改善民生，更好地融入国家的发展大中去。
习主席的重要讲话令我们对祖国未来建设充满信心，对中国式现代化发展之路满怀期待。
习主席的重要讲话令我们非常受鼓舞。我们要在新征程中发挥科技创新、人才培养等方面的突破优势作用，不負主席的囑託和期望。
習主席嘅重要講話，充分體現咗佢對港澳嘅高度關心，同埋對新時代一國兩制實踐嘅堅定信心。未來我哋要繼續傳承好愛國愛澳嘅優良傳統，更加積極主動融入國家發展，為強國建設做出我哋青年一代應有嘅貢獻。
作為台灣同胞，我在大陸工作生活多年，我深刻認識到兩岸一家親，水溶一水，只有堅持一個中國原則和9·2共識，台灣才能夠更好的發展，兩岸才會更加繁榮。
兩岸就是一家人，血濃於水，割捨不斷，中華民族的偉大復興
需要两岸同胞共同携手创造。
本台消息，今天出版的《人民日报》发表评论员文章，题目是“不断为强国建设、民族复兴伟业添砖加瓦、增光添彩”，论学习贯彻习近平主席14届全国人大第1次会议重要讲话。
在国务院新闻办今天举行的发布会上，国家统计局发布的数据显示，1至2月份，国内生产需求明显改善，就业物价总体稳定，市场预期加快好转，经济运行呈现企稳回升态势。今年前2个月，生产需求回升向好。从生产来看，工业和服务业双双回升。1至2月份，规模以上工业增加值同比增长2.4%，比上年12月回升了1.1个百分点。从服务业来看，1至2月份，服务业生产指数同比增长5.5%，实现了由降转增。从消费来看，1至2月份，社会消费品零售总额同比增长3.5%，其中餐饮收入同比增长9.2%，居民出行旅游、文化娱乐消费明显恢复。实体店零售中，百货店零售增长5.5%，明显好于去年。
从生产端来看，中美的工业当中，41个大的行业中有28个行业增速在回升改善。从消费端来看呢，生鲜零售总额当中，18类限额以上单位当中有12类增速在加快。前2个月货运量比去年12月份的下降增长，这些情况呢都表明经济的循环呢是在逐步的在改善。
从投资来看，1至2月份投资同比增长5.5%，比去年全年增速加快0.4个百分点。制造业投资同比增长8.1%，其中高技术制造业增速保持了2位数增长，制造业升级态势比较明显。市场主体活力趋于增强，企业预期出现明显改善。2月份，制造业和服务业采购经理指数都回升达到较高水平，就业物价总体稳定。1至2月份，全国城镇调查失业率平均为5.6%，居民消费价格同比上涨1.5%，和国际高通胀形成鲜明对比。
春回大地，农事繁忙，眼下各地正抢抓农时，加紧做好春耕备耕工作。
为春耕，高标准农田建设网。截至2月底，福建累计建成高标准农田940万亩，零散的小耕地逐步形成田成方、路成网、渠相连的现代高效农田。重庆今年改造提升高标准农田200万亩，在无锡通过旱田改水田、低效土地整治，丘陵山区的低产田变成了集中连片的高产田。江苏富宁以土地增效为基础，通过水土田路的综合治理，建设高标准农田10.8万亩。春管保丰收，科技来助力。眼下，甘肃各地冬小麦陆续进入缓清期，全省2.3万农技人员下至一线，指导农户对弱苗及时增温保墒，为下凉稳产增产打好基础。在安徽亳州、山西合津，家庭农场智慧田管系统不仅让农户种田更轻松，还能做到麦田因地因苗分类管理。在湖南益阳，依托农业大数据平台，通过分析气象、水文、排灌、测土配方等162项数据，对各类田块实行精准翻耕作业。
今天提升到了每一地块，为农户提供一套完整的经济操作方案，减少了农户用工。
春耕备耕，物资要保障。在黑龙江，各地的农资农具企业抓紧生产，农资采购、农机检修等工作有序进行。在河北石家庄，当地开展农资入户服务，一个电话，助农服务队就能将农资送到农户手中。在河南周口、四川南充，技术人员送检下乡，协助农户做好农机检验工作，保障农机具安全高效投入春耕生产。
眼下，全国由南向北进入春耕大忙时节，在我国丘陵山区耕地面积占到了全国的1/3，也是保障粮食产量的重要来源。如何把这些分布零散、耕作不易的土地利用起来？来看记者的春耕一起调研。在湖南郴州，这里丘陵山区占到耕地面积的70%左右，种粮大户3人今年新流转了1000亩，其中大部分就位于丘陵山区。
这里是我所在省的那么我所在这个形块就是重量大陆老九九转的形块之一。那当我们从空中垂直俯瞰的时候，其实这里相对的平整，但是当视角稍稍倾斜，就会发现这里的容易啊高低有落差，大小不一致。那我所站的这两层是。
If you given the terrain and lands and even Singapore or any other country, you can make it even better. Not always means that it cannot be better. It's not question because there are a lot of rocks and all this. It can be done, you can actually extend all the way. You can feel, but it's just that you can see. So it's really quite tough because I'm building it more like with a budget. So it can prevent creativity. Say this first. So it's a good game. This game. You buy the other one, but cities of city skyline. It's a good game. So I find that once you know how to do it, but it's still not very kind of realistic. In time I will go through every terrain that you show you.